Game 2 of this day-night doubleheader is on the horizon, and what an interesting-looking horizon it is. It's beautiful in some spots, and it's a little cloudy in other spots. It's Game 2 of a 3-game series, the White Sox and the Phillies. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Chris Wheeler. The Phillies are probably happy that there's only an hour between this day-night doubleheader because the loss in Game 1 was as bad a loss as we've seen this year.
And that one was brutal, Tom. The Phillies really had a great chance to win that ball game twice late in the game, gift wrapped by mistakes by the White Sox, not able to do it. They did get off to a good start. Delman Young, after a run, was already in on an infield out by Dominic Brown. He doubles in Michael Young. The Phillies have a 2-0 lead. Later on, Alejandro De Aza, who would play a big part in this game, doubles down the right field line off Jonathan Pettibone. That will tie the game at 2-2. The White Sox go up 3-2 on a sac fly later on. But then in the 7th inning, Darren Ruff, a tremendous at-bat off a tiring John Danks, hits a 3-2 changeup out of the ballpark. The place is jumping, and the Phillies have tied the game at 3-3. Trying to get some outs right now to get that last at bat, maybe score a run, win the game at home. Great play by Ruff there, protecting himself as he slides into the stands and makes a play right there on that foul pop-up. Right after that, the rains came for 41 minutes. Great job by the ground crew to get the tarp on and to prepare the field because they got back into action pretty fast after that rain stopped. Here's the first chance for the Phillies to win. A balk right there. Started towards the plate, then towards first. And the runners move into scoring position. Carlos Ruiz has the first chance to be a hero. He pops up a slider, 1 out. Then Lance Nix off the bench. He strikes out. Ben Revere smokes this ball to right field, but it's right at Rios, and they blow that opportunity. And another chance later on, and then the 11th inning. Here's the way the White Sox are going to win the ball game. Base hit to right field by Ramirez, scores De Aza, and then Rios comes up, hits his hard ground ball to short. Jimmy Rollins kicks it. It bounces into the outfield. Another run scores. The Phillies would get a run back in the bottom of the inning, but then Ben Revere bounces into a double play to end the game, and they've had some tough losses this year, but that's one of the most brutal of the season, and instead of being a 500 team, they're 100.
Well, the Phillies are now 3-10 when they're battling for the 500 mark this season. They failed again. Now they're 2 under. Now they're looking to even the series against the Chicago White Sox. The look to John Lannert, who's pitched well his last couple of outings. He'll be opposed by Hector Santiago, who's making his 12th start of the season. Well, the rains were falling earlier today. The grounds crew did a great job getting us back into action. They've also, along with the staff here at Citizens Bank Park, done a great job getting Game 2 underway. It's next. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Bud Light. It's the short side of a good time. Here we go. By Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank, where good banking is good citizenship. Is it a time you experience good banking? By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of the Phillies. By Xfinity, the official HD triple play provider of your Phils. And by Independence Blue Cross, the most preferred health plan in the region. Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. field behind left-hander John Lannon. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for the White Sox. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Leading it off at shortstop, Alexei Ramirez. Gordon Beckham, the second baseman, bats second. Jeff Keppinger hits third, followed by Viciedo, the left fielder. Casper Wells is in right field. He'll bat fifth. Brett Morrell, the third baseman, hits sixth. Tyler Flowers, the catcher, will bat seventh. Batting eighth and playing center field is Blake Tacody. And batting ninth and pitching is Hector Santiago. And they'll face John Ladden, 2-3, with an earned run average of 4.23, making his ninth start of the year.
Coming off two outstanding games, too, where he's 2-0 with an earned run average of 1.20, including a great start against Washington. He beat them 3-2 on Monday, went 8 innings in that game, 4 hits and shutout. Baseball, 2 walks and 4 strikeouts. Here's our Budweiser scouting report on John. John, he is a sinker ball pitcher. He likes to pitch inside a little bit to right-handed hitters, then use his changeup away. And when he stays down in the zone, he can be really good, and he has done that the last 2 times out.
Well, while the other game was ending, game one, there were fans that were waiting outside to come into Citizens Bank Park. And I'll tell you, David Montgomery said this in game one, and he was right. The fans here in Philadelphia are the best in baseball. I mean, they were patiently waiting. They knew that game one still had not come to a close. But as we said, they were very patient, and we thank them for that patience as we get set for game number 2. Fireworks to follow. Let's hope there's some offensive fireworks for the Phillies as this one gets underway. Alexei Ramirez will start it off for the White Sox. He's hitting .289 with a home run. And the first pitch, a broken back grounder to the third. Michael Young, one away. So one quick out.
Michael Young playing a doubleheader. Ben Revere not starting this second game. Everything's happening so fast right now, we really don't know. But he beat a ball off his ankle in the first game, and who knows whether he was going to play the second game or not. But the way he was hobbling around, it was unlikely he was going to be able to play.
Here's Beckham, .346 hitter with a couple home runs, and he takes a strike. We'll get you set with the umpires and everything else as this game moves along, because that's a story into itself, and it was in game one. Beckham in game one was 2 for 4. He hits that one to right field, a lazy fly ball, and Delman Young is out there. And there are 2 quick outs here in the first.
Well, it's time now for our Nissan keys to tonight's game, the second game of this day-night doubleheader. We'll try to forget what happened in game one. Oh, that's easy to say, but that's what they really have to do. And John Lannon throws ground balls. He usually is very effective.
Yeah, 16 ground balls in his last outing, and he throws a pitch low to Keppinger. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Keppinger came in late in game number 1. And he was 0 for 2. His average at .246. Talk about a guy that's been around. He's been with a number of different teams. He's always been a very good everyday player when he's been out there, but he's always been a very good extra man. Opposite way, and a base hit for Keppinger.
That's a great approach to take to a John Lannon, too, and that's an experienced extra man type of player, as Tom just mentioned. That's what that guy is. And just mentioned Ben Revere and whether or not he'd be able to play in this game. He looked like he was really hobbling. And Murph, you have an update on him.
Yeah, we do. The Phillies just announcing about 15 seconds ago. The news is not good for Ben Revere. Fouling that ball off his foot revealed he had an X-ray after the game. It revealed a broken right foot.
Oh, man.
And he is going to be evaluated by a specialist on Monday. So the worst possible news for Ben Revere. And you know, you think back to he continued that at bat. In the 11th inning, but a broken right foot, so we'll know more on Monday.
All right, Murph, thank you very much. Boy, that is a shame.
I know, right?
You could tell he was really in pain, too, after that.
There's a bloop down the right field line. It's a fair ball. Kepinger's going to go to third. Viciedo is going to go to second. The throw is a little offline. It'll be a double for him. And that'll put runners on second and third with 2 outs. Boy, what a loss.
Really. Well as he was playing, too.
As well as he was playing, as hard as he was playing.
and he really busted it. Yeah, on his double play, look at it. It really busted it. As it turns out, his foot's busted as he goes down the line. That tells you a lot about him right there. And there was nobody caught in the hit for it. You know, they were out of extra men at that point. He knew that.
2 outs. Casper Wells is the batter. Wells had a pinch hit single in game 1. And he takes it side. 1 ball, no strikes.
That's another thing you go back in retrospect, and I said, forget about the first game, we're going to try. But that game should have never been to that point where that happened to him.
Now time is called. Lannan got 2 quick outs. Now he's got 2 quick hits. Wells a 191 hitter. Fly ball, shallow center field. John Mayberry is there. And the side is retired. No runs, 2 hits, 2 men left. It's a 10-pitch first inning for John Lannan. We go to the bottom of the first. The White Sox nothing, and the Phillies coming up. For most live sports. Leading it off at third base, Michael Young. Chase Utley bats second, followed by Darren Ruff and Dominic Brown. Delman Young's in right field. He'll hit fifth. John Mayberry sixth. Humberto Quintero, the catcher, bats seventh. John McDonald will hit eighth. And batting ninth, the pitching is Lannan. And they'll face 25-year-old New Jersey native Hector Santiago. 12th start of the season, 23rd game. He's primarily a relief pitcher. At least that's what he's been for a majority of his professional career. But, you know, they've moved him into the rotation. He's done a pretty good job. Yeah, it's a lot of strikeouts. Anytime you have more strikeouts than innings pitched, opposition only hitting 229 against him. And that's right-handers only 212, and that's because of the way he's able to pitch away, evidently, and in just enough. A Budweiser scouting report, good fastball, slider, change, cutter, and even throws a screwball. You don't see that on many scouting reports anymore. In his last 8 starts, good numbers. Yeah, the screwball he attributes to the reason he's in the big leagues, although he's thrown it less this year than he has in the past several years. Michael Young leads it off and takes a strike. Well, we used to have a screwball in this town. That was Tug McGraw. He was both. He threw it and he was one. And he was proud of that. Michael was 2 for 4 in game 1 with a run scored. His average up to 291. One ball, one strike. High fastball, 1-2. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Tom Beamsdorfer of Denver, PA. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game. Then Tom, with a really long last name, will win $100. Yeah. I'm thinking the scouting report. Oh, I thought he called him out on that. That was a strike too. Flowers was firing out there. I thought, ooh. On the scouting report from Bloomberg on him, he is having a lot of success with high fastballs that guys are swinging and missing at, just as we saw Young do. Young stays alive, 2-2. 56% of his strikes are high fastballs, and he gets 38% of his strikeouts on them.
So that's something to look for tonight to see if they're chasing it. Oh, that would have been a balk.
That would have been a balk.
We had a balk in the first game, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah.
Inside, 3-2. The balk seemed to, at least in everybody's mind, seemed like it was going to set up a victory for the Phils. It didn't turn out that way.
That's baseball.
Oh, it is. And we talk about how bad it was for the Phillies to lose that game. You got to give credit to a couple guys for the White Sox, including that Jones kid, because you want to talk about battling adversity.
Amen. Here's the balk. See, he starts towards the plate, a little bit towards first, and then flips it to second, a balk.
Michael Young out toward right center field. Casper Wells is there. And one out here in the first.
That moved runners to second and third with nobody out, and they stayed there.
Chase was a pitch hitter in game 1. He was 0 for 1. Overall, his average of 274 with 11 home runs and 30 runs batted in. One ball, no strikes. Santiago, Wills, is making just his 16th major league start.
He really wants to work fast too, Tom. It looks like they want to step out on him a little bit.
He made 27 minor league starts. The rest of his appearances were out of the bullpen.
He gets it. He gets both feet on the rubber, gets his sign, and he's ready to go. Utley stepped out again on him.
Change up, and it's 1-2. Kind of looks like a cross between Mike Gonzalez, the reliever, and Wandy Rodriguez to a certain extent.
Yeah, that's good. He looks like Wandy Rodriguez.
A little bigger. Not much, though. He's 6 feet.
Got a little hesitational, herky-jerky delivery. Probably loves pitching here. Not that far from home.
Yeah, he grew up in Newark. He graduated from Bloomfield Tech. Utley pulls it foul right past Juan Samuel. And 2 balls and 2 strikes is where the count remains. During the 2013 season, Turkey Hill will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs.
There it is.
There's 5 cents right there. He's going to town on that. And Utley is struck out, so 2 outs here in the first.
Tied him up a little bit after staying away most of the at bat. A lot of those pitches were away. This one was supposed to be away. It comes in. It fooled Chase a little bit. As I said, it tied him up, but it also wasn't supposed to be there, but it worked out.
Here's Darren Ruff, who all of a sudden is swinging a good bat. Now, he's had a hit in each game he's played, but now he's starting to hit with a little authority, too. A couple home runs, a couple of other extra base hits. He's got 3 doubles and 2 home runs in his first week back in the big leagues.
He had a chance to hit on some left-handers, too, which has to help him.
He had a double in the 11th inning of game 1 after homering in the 7th inning. In fact, he had a single, double, and a home run in his last 3 at bats.
Here's a home run. A long at bat for him and a 3-2 changeup about thigh high into the flowers or the bushes in center field, tied the game up. Big time at bat for him off a very good pitcher, John Danks, although he was starting to will a little bit in the heat.
Well, with that home run in Game 1, and for every home run hit by the Phillies this year, one tree will be planted by the Pennsylvania Horticultural Society as part of Home Runs for Trees, a partnership between the Phillies, PHS, and Aramark. For more info, visit Phillies.com/red goes green. Foul tip on a high fastball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Santiago. We're through one. We go to the second here in South Philadelphia. White Sox nothing, Phillies. Series. All fans 15 and older coming to the game will receive the Pennsylvania Auto Theft Prevention Authority travel mug. It's free to fans 15 and over, as we mentioned. Get your tickets by going to Phillies.com. Come over, say hello to that little girl. She wants everybody to wave. And a chance to enjoy a night game and then fireworks afterward. Here's Brent Morrell, who was in the game for about 10 minutes today. Game 1. He was a pinch hitter. Then he was erased on a caught stealing, went into play third, and was lifted as part of a double switch just 1 out later. Ground ball to second, Utley to his right.
Only getting the first game off, did have a pinch hit appearance.
Yeah, Kevin Franzen didn't have a whole lot of chances, but there were a couple of tough ones, and he handled them pretty well at second base. Tyler Flowers, the catcher, hitting .202. It's been tough for them to replace A.J. Pierzynski. There's Franzen. Pierzynski signed a free agent contract with the Rangers. And offensively, the White Sox haven't had a whole lot of success behind the plate.
Lyman's come inside twice on pitches to him. To Atlanta, a lot of times will go away with a changeup, try and get a ground ball.
That little guy just said thanks to Rachel for the baseball. Out of play. Or I should say fouled on the right field line. Didn't go out of play. It was knocked down. And it's 1-2.
Those are making a lot of people happy now on both foul lines.
It's a great reaction. Good pitch. Flowers is rung up. First strikeout for Lannon. And there are 2 outs.
Well, Lannon comes inside here with a breaking ball, it looked like. Got a slider and gets him to swing over it.
Get more out of the game. Don't just watch on TV. Use your computer, smartphone, or tablet to log on to csnphilly.com. Click on In-Game Live to get in-depth stats and join the social conversation. In-Game Live only at csnphilly.com. 2 outs. And Cody is the batter. One ball, no strikes. Cody was in game 1 as a pinch hitter.
Yeah, both benches pretty much emptied in that first game with the long game and all the changes they had to make.
Actually, I should correct that. He wasn't a pinch hitter. He went in as a defensive replacement. Never did get up.
Phillies used 2 players in 1 move. Now they're going to have a short bench here in the second game because obviously Ben Revere can't play.
Different spot for Charlie in this game.
Different uniform. Had the day game unis in the first game.
Little high, 2-2.
I don't go up there once in a while on purpose, but that's not where he wants to throw his pitches. He lives down in the zone, and when he's down, he's good.
You got a piece of that one. It remains 2-2. White Sox got to Cody from the Padres this past offseason. He's been to the big leagues 2 different years with San Diego. He hasn't been able to crack that 200 mark, though, with his batting average. His other 2 rotations in the big leagues, he hit 176 and 133. There's a liner to right center field. Delman Young is there.
It's more of those who get hits.
It's a pretty good swing. 1-2-3 go the White Sox. Lannon's retired 4 straight since that double in the first. We go to the bottom of the second here in Citizens Bank Park. With a lot of activities, you can check out Phillies.com to see what the Phillies have planned. We do know that Friday the 2nd against the Braves is the Wall of Fame ceremony. Curt Schilling will be inducted into the Wall of Fame. Also Sunday the 4th, NL Champions 1993 pennant free to all fans. Get your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Home half of the second, Dominic Brown is going to lead it off for the Phillies. Dominic was 0 for 5 in the first game with an RBI. Getting set to head to the All-Star game after tomorrow's ball game. His mom and dad, his sister, getting a chance to come up to watch him play. right, Wills, this is the inning. 10 runs allowed in this inning by Santiago.
Yeah. This is the way. This is it. Well, they got to stop chasing that high fastball.
Toyota Major League Scoreboard. The Nationals lead the Marlins 1-0 in the top of the 7th. Ryan Zimmerman has a couple of hits in that ball game. Braves have already won today. Flowers' throw back hits Dominic Brown's bat and rolls behind the second base bag. Everybody's moving so fast.
Yeah. Well, nobody on base.
Ball 4. And now there's somebody on base. On the Toyota Major League Scoreboard out in Detroit, the Rangers are on top of the Tigers 4-1. Don't forget Max Scherzer 13-0. Looking to become the first 14-0 pitcher in Major League Baseball at the All-Star break. I wonder where Denny McClain was.
I'll tell you who had an unbelievable record at the All-Star game one time. Well, somebody, Carl, look it up for us. A guy the Reds had named Wayne Simpson, who flamed out shortly thereafter. But I think he had one loss in there.
Yeah, I don't think Scherzer's going to flame out.
No. Simpson got hurt. Back in those days, they couldn't repair things the way they do now. Right-hander for the Reds.
Delman takes a change up, 1-1.
It's an amazing record there. Headed towards the All-Star break.
Well, the 4 runs that he's allowed tonight, it's only the second time that he's allowed 4 runs in his start.
We saw him very early in his career. Maybe he made his debut against the Phillies with Arizona. And he could throw 95 to 100 then.
Threw the change up, and he pops it up behind the mound. 1 out. And that'll bring John Mayberry to the plate. Mayberry did appear in game 1.
Yeah, everybody who was available got into that game.
Well, he was just a decoy.
Right. When we mentioned they had a double move, used 2 players on 1 move. That was it. Way to rephrase that would probably be everybody got into the official box score some way.
Position player.
Right.
Every position player. Charlie was asked a lot about in between games. He had a press conference. So did Jonathan Pettibone. Was asked about the approach on some of those swings when the Phillies had the tying run or the go-ahead run at third. And he said, "Listen, I think somebody asked if the guy should have choked up a little bit more." And he said, "These guys, they are who they are, right? In a lot of ways. Now, should they have made adjustments? Charlie agreed that they should have made adjustments." As Dominic Brown goes back to first.
A lot of guys don't make adjustments. And that's what are you going to do? Beat your head against the wall.
Pettibone went 6 innings in game 1. Here's Alberto Quintero. He had an RBI single as a pinch hitter. That was in the 11th inning. I think he's singing the song, Wills. singing along with the music.
Well,
that's being played.
He picked his walk-up song, right? So he may as well sing along with it. That's relaxed. He worked a lot faster with men not on base.
Balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, there's that high fastball right there that he either intentionally throws it or it just happens. And he stayed off it. And that looks like that's going to be one of the keys tonight if you're going to have any chance to beat this guy. Don't chase it. And get him in deeper counts like this where maybe he has to bring it down a little bit.
A line drive, 1 hopper right past Ramirez, and into left field. Base hit for Quintero. Now first and second with 2 outs. And John McDonald is due up for the Phillies. Kind of interesting that Don Cooper's going to go out and talk to him here.
Yeah. Second inning. Unless he doesn't like his pace. That could be one of the things you'd think of, that he doesn't like the way that he's working, slow things up so much with men on base.
All right, Wheels, that'll give us an opportunity to wrap up your story about Wayne Simpson.
Yeah.
Well, back in 1970 at the All-Star break. Thank you to Carl Graver for researching this on Wheels' behalf.
Hope it's right.
13-1.
There you go. Mine like a steel trap, Tommy.
You know what he finished the season?
Oh, he struggled after the All-Star game. It's like that Jack Armstrong. Had one of those years.
14-3.
Yeah.
Rider University's Jack Armstrong.
Yeah, he got hurt. I think Simpson got hurt in the second half of the season that year. He was never the same guy. But, boy, you talk about a bright light for a half a season. He looked like he was going to be unbelievable.
Played for the Phillies in 75 for 7 games. So McDonald's up. Meeting is over on the mound. Runners on first and second. And a changeup floats in for strike 1.
Thanks, Carl. I'm glad you didn't bring in that he was 4-1 at the All-Star break or something.
Carl just deals with facts. Wilson.
Yeah, well, if I'm wrong, I hope he doesn't give it to me.
Hope we just go by the story.
Yeah,
and just don't go back to it.
Take a look at it and say, well, that's not even close to what he was saying.
Right, I'd wait till Sarge came in and have him do it.
Sarge, I heard he said he didn't want to enter that buzzer.
No balls and 2 strikes to McDonald. Up high, 1-2.
Catcher Flowers put the glove up high there, so he wanted him to throw it up high. Why don't you put the glove up? That's really high.
went upstairs again.
That must really look good coming out of his hand. And it's not like he's overpowering with it, but he may be a little bit sneaky up in that zone, and that's why he throws it by people. Or he'll get weak pop-ups off it or fly balls.
One and two. John McDonald's got a couple of hits in a Phillies uniform. Only 4 hits overall in the National League. Outside, it's 2-2.
He's a tremendous defensive player. Never been a big-time offensive guy, but he can really play the infield.
Out of Providence College, a school that's produced a number of a couple of major leaguers, including Lou Merlone with the Red Sox. Out in front of a changeup, side is retired. Third strikeout for Hector Santiago. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left for the Phillies. We've gone through our first 2 in the second game of this day-night doubleheader. Still scoreless. All the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. Wheels, the question is this: who holds the White Sox single season record for most home runs by a left-handed hitter? Wow, a left-handed hitter.
By the way, that Jack Armstrong we were talking about,
Rider University zone,
11-3 before the All-Star game in 1990.
The year they won the World Championship.
Finished 12-9.
He was with the Reds at the time, right?
Yeah, and he got hurt too. Finished 12-9. So they had a couple guys flame out after the All-Star game. They were pretty good-looking young prospects. They called him the All-American boy back then.
Jack Armstrong.
Mm-hmm.
Santiago will lead it off, and he grounds one toward third. Hit the lip, and Michael Young stayed with it, 1 out. And now Alexei Ramirez. Lannon got him to ground out to third. Last outing against the Nats, Lannon went 8 innings, allowed 4 hits, struck out 4, did not allow a run. In fact, since he's come off the disabled list, he's 2-2. His earned run average is 3.5 in 5 games. Foul territory. Michael Young is there, and there are 2 outs. Tuesday, August 6th, the Phillies will see the Chicago Cubs for the first time here in Philadelphia. It's a 3-game series. It wraps up on the 8th with the Modell Sporting Goods Kids Run the Bases after the game for fans 14 and under. All fans coming to the game that day, thanks to Citizens Bank, will receive the Citizens Bank Pride of the Phillies prints. Beckham takes strike 1. He flied to right in his first at bat. Lannon's a strike thrower tonight.
Down 2, and that's so far so good.
Not a bad spot. 1-2.
Great stat on him. 67.3% of balls in play are ground balls, but by Land, not outs, but balls that are put into play. That's high. That high a percentage throughout his career.
One of the leaders in baseball.
Yep.
That's better than some of those quote-unquote sinker ball pitchers that we talk about, like Tim Hudson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the key for him, of course, is for his ground balls to be at people.
On the outside corner, little changeup. Second strikeout for Lannon. 1-2-3 go the White Sox. 7 in a row retired by John. 2.5 in the books. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Lannon, Michael Young, and Chase Up. Ford stores. Go further. By Thomas Jefferson University Hospitals. Call 1-800-JEFF now for an appointment. And by Mazda. We believe if it's not worth driving, it's not worth building. Bottom of the 3rd. White Sox with 2 hits. Phillies with 1. I think that young lady's waiting for fireworks for this.
I think he's waiting for something to drink.
Or eat. I think eat. Yeah. I think she had the drink. She's looking around for something else. Lannon leads it off. Some great stories about Santiago, how he learned to throw the screwball, which we haven't seen tonight. He's only thrown 4% of the time this year. Threw it much more last year and the year before. I guess early on last year. Threw it in the minor leagues to kind of get himself up to the big leagues. He said it was a difference maker, but he learned it from a pitcher by the name of Angel Miranda, who used to pitch for the Brewers during Winter League one year in Puerto Rico. So he didn't use it much when he was a relief pitcher because he didn't need it. He said when they made him a starter, he would use it a little more often.
Yeah, guys used to throw it. Mike Cuellar had a really good one. Best right-handed one probably was a guy named Mike Marshall from the Dodgers and the Expos who I believe he won a Cy Young Award or an MVP, either one.
One out. Michael Young's coming up. Time for the Major League Notebook with Murph. Murph.
All right, guys, brought to you by Gwinnett Mercy College, of course. And the Pirates All-Star left-hander Jeff Locke was scratched from his start this afternoon and now has been scratched from the All-Star roster as well. Locke is dealing with a stiff back, so Bruce Bochy will get to name another pitcher to his starting rotation for the All-Star game coming up this weekend. And, guys, how about Raul Ibanez? He had 2 more home runs yesterday. 2 more home runs. He now has 24 for the season. He is just 5 away from tying a record, which is Ted Williams, who hit 29 home runs in one season back in 1960. The oldest player, the only player 41 years or older to do that. He had 29. Raul Ibanez at age 41 already has 25 this season and closing in on that record. So how about that kind of season, early part of the season for Raul Ibanez, guys?
What's amazing about it, too, Murph, is he's hitting a lot of those in Seattle. That place is huge.
Yeah.
There's a bobble by Beckham. There are 2 outs. Now, they did bring the fences in a little bit this year, but it's still a big ballpark.
Really a big ballpark.
Oh, good for him. Yeah. You know, we've all run across guys during our years in baseball, and you'd be hard-pressed to find a better human being than that man right there.
Yeah, and everybody who comes into contact with Raul Ibanez says the same thing, but he really is ageless at this point, and to be talked about in the same breath as a guy like Ted Williams, obviously. And Barry Bonds is second on that list. He's actually second and third on that list, so he's in pretty good company.
Tireless worker, too, Raul Ibanez. They used to think sometimes he hit too much, that he worked too hard. He was always taking batting practice.
Utley takes outside. And it's not just the home runs. And the Mariners aren't a very good team overall. But he's hitting .264 with 24 home runs and 54 runs batted in. What team wouldn't take that?
Right, and he's playing the outfield, too.
Playing the outfield.
Not sure you think he'd be DHing. He got it going last year in postseason for the Yankees.
Shallow right field. Beckham puts it away, and the Phillies are retired in order here in the 3rd. 4 in a row retired by Santiago. 3 in the books. As the bases covered in the break room with an all-star selection of food and beverage products, WB Mason will satisfy all your cravings. We go to the top of the 4th. White Sox have a couple hits. The Phillies have 1. It'll be Jeff Keppinger, Dion Viciedo, and Casper Wells, 3, 4, and 5 for the White Sox. White Sox won game 1 in 11 innings, 5-4. And we're a third of the way through game 2. John McDonald, boy, he's got such a quick release. Ruff can't handle the one hop. And a base runner for the White Sox. It's going to be a tough decision because that ball probably should have been handled on one hop, but you usually give the error to the guy that threw it.
Well, take a look at this one hop. I think you do better, too, when you try and do it like that with the one hand. It just didn't stick in the glove. But usually when you throw that ball in the ground, they give that error to that person.
Yeah, they gave it to the shortstop, and that's the right scoring. They throw behind the runner, and Ruff wasn't looking, and it goes down the right field line. Kepinger's going to go to third on this. E2.
All right, take a look at it right here as he just fires that ball down. And you know what? You got to keep your eye on the ball. Darren not looking over at Quintero, but you know, when things aren't going well, they just aren't going well for you. And right there is a good indication.
One ball and one strike.
Quintero just trying to do a little bit too much. I don't think he was really off that much.
He wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't. I mean,
gee, Darren's lucky the ball didn't hit him somewhere.
I was thinking the same thing. You don't mind the aggressiveness, but you're right, Sarge. Yeah. He just wasn't that far off the bag to do it.
Yeah, and I think that's why Darren wasn't probably looking there at the at Quintero there, since he was so close, and that ball right down the line as he threw it.
Inside, 3-1.
Either two, like one of those snap throws. That was a little more of a hesitation.
It was long throw, yeah.
Let's see if he can get a little pop up or strike out. Or...
Well, they're conceding the run. The infield is back, which is what you would do here at the top of the fourth, scoreless game. Got good arms in the outfield across the board. Got it. Nice job by Lannon. Third strikeout. One away here in the fourth.
That's huge right there. So whether or not they'll bring the infield in or continue to stay back. This ball here out of the zone as it kind of fades away, change up there to boot. You can do that when you get ahead of the hitters. Expand the zone.
Well, they'll play the infield halfway. So it'll be, I guess they feel like Kepinger's speed dictates that they don't have to come all the way in. Casper Wells pops it up. Quintero makes the catch. 2 outs.
That's awesome. Kind of surprising there. First pitch fastball in on the hands. That's after going away. Maybe he can see himself out of this situation. Really should be sitting down right now in the dugout, to be quite frank. Game here, just a game the fighting field's gotta have. Just to make sure that you're trying to stay a little bit close. And not only that, you want to go into the break there with a good feeling and winning some ball games, have some momentum going for that second half. Good pitch and good location.
Well, to piggyback what you said, I think it's important to win these next two just because the game one was such a bad loss. Oh. I know you can't force it. 2-1 to Morel. Way outside. He overthrew it a little bit. 3-1.
The Phillies really, they can compete with any ball club. It's unfortunate that ball clubs that aren't as good, they seem to go to that level. You know, that happens a lot of times. You have to really be careful of that, especially when you're a good ball club. Good pitch.
Three balls, two strikes. Runner at third. And the pitch from Lannon. Inside and low. Ball four. A reminder from Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Designated driver.
Yeah, that's what happens or start to happen with the pitchers. They start to get where they feel they got to be a little bit too perfect.
It kind of seemed like they were past that here in the month of July because the offense had been doing so much. And the defense had been playing well, but you're right. They do have a tendency to settle into that sort of mode.
Every club, I mean, we play them. If we play Boston, they play well against them, and whatever the competition is, they're right there at that level.
Over to third, Michael Young. Nice play. Goes to second and just gets Morel. That'll retire the side. 5-4 on the putout. A fielder's choice. No runs, no hits. 2 errors. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Darren Ruff will lead it off for the Phillies. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank, where good banking is good citizenship. Is it a time you experience good banking? And by Chevrolet. Visit your local dealer at ChevyDealer.com. We go to the bottom of the fourth. The Phillies will send Darren Ruff to the plate. It'll be Darren Ruff, Dominic Brown, and Delman Young. Packed house tonight.
Yeah.
Almost. You know, there are obviously some folks who were planning on being here last night, couldn't because of the rain. Tickets for last night's game were good for tonight's game. But Ashburn Alley is crowded. Folks have settled in out behind home plate. Fireworks coming up after the ball game, brought to you by Xfinity. Darren Ruff struck out his first time up, and he takes a strike.
Tough pitch.
Fights it off. Shallow left center field. It's going to hang up there. Monday night on Sports Night, Derek Gunn will start his exclusive in-depth conversations with 5 of the Eagles' top draft picks. Watch New to the Nest, presented by Woodbury Nissan. Only on Sports Night all week at 6 on Comcast Sports Net. Dominic Brown walked it in his first at-bat. White Sox give that a look, but it's back a couple of rows.
Still swinging well, slowed down some. There was a time that every fastball they threw up there, whether or not it was left-handed or right-handed, he was putting a good swing. It's a tough pitch.
I asked Charlie Manuel the other day, I said, are you going to give him any words of advice before he goes to the All-Star game? You know, it's his first time. There are a lot of people he can talk to, pick the brains of. He said, no, he said, he just needs to enjoy it. He said he is going to learn a lot in a very short period of time.
Yeah.
Just by watching batting practice, just by shagging balls in the outfield, talking to guys. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. Once you get there, I mean, it's a feeling like, too, you belong, especially with the stats that he's put up.
Keppinger will run it to the bag, 2 outs.
You know, and from where he has come from spring training, he's got to be very, very proud of himself. And not only just him, you know, the fight Phillies, the city of Philadelphia, the way he came on. And just the mere fact that the players voted him 4th would tell you what they think about him there in the league. So, huge accomplishment.
Can you recall what the chatter was like in that All-Star game you played in during batting practice?
Well, the batting practice, and he'll be out for both squads. The chatter is, I mean, you'll be looking and seeing guys hit balls out of the ballpark going like, wow, you know, and looking at their ability. But see, there's that stage there where, again, everybody there is an all-star. When you're getting ready to go to the major leagues, you have a lot of all-stars, say, from Double-A. Those guys move to Triple-A. So the cream keeps moving to the top there, so to speak. And then when you get there, you're looking around, and, boy, I tell you what a great feeling as Delmon Young strikes out with some high cheese.
Well, 5 strikeouts. Many of them have come with the high cheese from Hector Santiago. Phillies go down in order, and we go to the 5th. Hard fact brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light. Santiago, Chris Sale, and Jose Quintana, who will pitch tomorrow, are the only left-handed trio aged 25 and under to be in the same starting rotation in the major leagues. Well, we said that the White Sox are kind of rebuilding.
Yeah.
And that's part of it, although Sal's been very good for a couple of years.
They can grow together, learn from each other. And that is kind of the formula that you want, bringing up young stars or being able to acquire them and then have them all gel just about at the same time. And again, though, it does present an opportunity for any of the young kids that are in the White Sox organization. And the Phillies, too, for that matter. I mean, they're guys that are hurt, get hurt, that you can come up and try and do your thing. Darren Ruff, good example of that.
Well, a guy like Santiago was a relief pitcher, basically, who they've made into a starter. Ball's hit well out to left center field. Mayberry on the run. He's not going to get it. It's off the base of the wall. And Cody's going to pull into second base with his first double of the year.
Played that off the wall very well. Didn't get too close to it. Knowing that he couldn't catch the ball there. Ball was just smoke. Take a look at it. He gets in position, great position, to be able to hold them right there to a double. You don't play the ball right, he can carry him off, and now he ends up over there at third base. Good job there by John Mayberry.
Santiago is going to be up there to sacrifice, you would think, to Cody over to third. And he bunts right in front of the plate. Oh boy, Humberto Quintero tried to go to third and he threw on the foul side of third base. That's got to be perfect in order for it to work. And to put runners on first and third with nobody out.
Yeah, the reason that it has to be perfect because it's a play where it's not a force play, it's a tag play. That right there, you just want to go on and take the out. He jumps out there in front. Let's see whether or not he has a chance. It would have probably been bang, bang. Even if he gets it there, you can see that. Even if it's on the other side, it would have been a close play. Might have gotten him. That ball bunted right out in front of home plate. Does a good job. Kind of slips out of his hand when he throws it over there. He's upset with himself.
Middle infielders are set up for two. They'll concede the run and get some outs. Ramirez pops it foul. It's 0-1.
They continue to have Lannon in hot water with the Airs.
I mean, yeah, he's allowed the double, but there should be an out with a runner over at third.
It's very difficult to judge pitching when you don't have good defense.
Good pitch out in front of a changeup. 0-2. Cody's over at third. Santiago's at first.
Didn't have to throw a strike here and get something out of the zone. Maybe you can get him to go fishing for a strikeout.
Ground ball back to the box. Under the glove of Lannon. The runner doesn't come home. McDonald bare hands throws, not in time.
Oh.
The Phillies are fortunate again that he wasn't going on contact.
Yeah, and usually you always go on contact there to stay out of the double play. Take a look at it as the ball goes right under his glove. He swipes at it. Here goes that throw, and he's safe at first base. See how he started to go? You have to go when the ball is hit. And the reason you do it, again, to stay out of the double play.
They'll charge an error to Lannon, the third error of the night for the Phillies. Again, they'll play the infield back. The bases are loaded. Looking at turn two with Beckham at the plate.
Boy, if he could have caught the ball, great things could have happened. With the runner going back, he certainly would have had a play at second base. and maybe even turning the double play. Get another ball right back at him. We can go home and then the first. Wasn't a difficult play for Lannon. I mean, that's a ball that they practice on just about every homestand.
Out to left field. Dominic Brown makes the catch. The runner tags from third and will score. And the White Sox take the first lead of game 2. Sac fly for Beckham as Ducote scores. So 1 out, runners on first and second. And now a double play, get Lannon out of this 5th inning.
That's what he's looking for, the ground ball. Get that pitch on something away, whether or not it's hard or whether or not it's something that's off speed. And Terrell giving signs as to where he would throw if there is a double steal.
Inside, 1-0.
Big part of the game. You don't want it to get away here. Start making his pitches, get something down near the zone.
Inside, 3-1 to Keppinger. The pitch was pretty close.
But again, he's trying to hit that, get it right there on the corners.
Ground ball towards short. That should be 2. McDonough, quick flip to second for 1. Boy, that flip was outstanding to Utley. It's a 6-4-3 double play. 1 run does score the first run of the game. 1 base hit, 1 error for the Phils, and 1 double play. Middle of the 5th, it's 1-0 White Sox. prices. Watch every out-of-market game live on over 350 supported mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.TV Premium. Visit MLB.TV today. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. Home half of the 5th inning. White Sox lead at 1-0. Phillies have committed 3 errors tonight. Sarge, they committed 4 errors the other night against the Nationals. They wound up winning the ball game. You just, I mean, everybody knows this. You just can't make physical mistakes like this consistently.
Yeah, and that's why you can't get that really long winning streak when you're making errors. You got to be playing really good defense. You've seen that in the past, and when you do, your pitchers are better. Don't have to throw as many pitches.
Off-speed pitch to Mayberry over for strike.
He's got to start to get his balance and really start to attack the ball if he's going to be able to play on a daily basis.
Up the end of the bat to left field. There's one away. Well, let's talk about that a little bit. Ben Revere is out for a substantial amount of time with a broken foot now. Mayberry is going to have to is probably going to get a chance to play a lot more.
Yeah, this was a line drive. Take a look at it, and I mean, it just, you see how fast he actually went down, and then to be able to hit another ground ball and then run the way that he did couldn't have helped it at all. But it just shows you too, though, how much heart he has in playing, and he has been doing one heck of a job at hitting that ball.
Quintero pulls it foul.
But now, I mean, there's other opportunities for guys to be able to step up. You know, and Mayberry, one of the guys that really wanted to play, wondered why he wasn't playing. Well, guess what? You're going to have a chance, and it will be up to you. Charlie already said, hey, you'll play the guys that swing in the bats. You get hits, you'll play. And the way it should be, if you don't get hits or don't play very well, then you don't play. You know, he's trying to win ball games.
Popped up, foul territory. Keppinger on the run. Yeah, there are 2 outs. John McDonald is coming up. McDonald struck out his first time up.
I think they have a lot of guys here that are, you know, playing to fight fields, can kind of see, or the manager can see exactly really what they have.
Well, and for John, it's not the first opportunity that he will get. I mean, he's had a few of them. There have been times where he's performed quite well.
He has it in him. You know, whether or not he'll be able or would be able to sustain it would be the key. We've seen him hit hard line drive. We've seen him hit that ball to right center. And unless a right-hander can consistently hit that ball to right center, up the middle, not going to be a very productive hitter.
2 balls and no strikes. I wonder, though, how many. I wonder if they will give him the chance, or if they will go out and try to find somebody to take that spot, because he has had those opportunities before.
Well, again, that'll be a tough decision to see exactly really what they want to do with that. Whether or not they feel Mayberry will be the answer for that.
Flowers, the catcher, is behind home plate, and he makes the grab. So the Phillies go down in order in their half of the 5th. 10 in a row retired by Santiago. We go to the 6th inning. White Sox lead it 1-0. the All-Stars. Cliff Lee behind double-digit wins and a dominating first half, very different from a year ago for the Phillies, has earned his 4th All-Star selection during a great career. Dominic Brown, who was voted 4th on the players' ballot, was also selected to the National League team for his first trip to the Midsummer Classic. Dom continues his sensational 2013 season, and Cliff Lee continues to be one of the best pitchers in baseball. And their All-Star selections are brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Well, in between innings, the Fanatic entertaining the crowd. Matt Mailer dressed as an umpire. They do a little Lady Gaga. What do you think, Sarge?
Oh, boy.
Fanatic's got a lot going on.
Yeah, he sure does. I wonder where he keeps all those outfits.
Must have a huge storage closet. We start the 6th. White Sox up 1-0. Viciedo lines one right at Michael Young. One away.
Reaction. Why they call it the hot corner line drive hooking. Michael Young up to the task. Usually they're never straight there, too. I mean, they're hit so hard, and sometimes they sink on you, sometimes they hook on you.
Casper Wells takes a strike over the outside corner.
With everything that has happened, that is doing a good job keeping them right in the game. Only down that 1 run. Could be a lot worse. Good pitch.
Ground ball to shortstop. Nice hop for John McDonald. And there are 2 outs, and you're right, Sarge. He has done a nice job tonight. It's kind of peeled over his last few starts. And they just haven't gotten any run support for him. They've managed only 1 base hit.
Yeah, well, they get it's frustrating, for the pitchers, knowing again that they might just have to be absolutely perfect with their pitches. But they can't control how many runs they get or don't get.
Outside and high, 3-0.
That'll make them hit to get on. No free passes. Bad things happen when you start to walk batters. Well, you've been calling that pitch consistently. One that's down, maybe right near the knees or a little bit lower.
Off the plate. Lannan is there. 1-2-3 inning. A line out and 2 ground outs. Lannan has allowed just 1 run tonight. It is an earned run. His team has committed 3 errors behind him. He's committed 1. We go to the bottom of the 6th. He'll lead things off. McDonald's.com or your local dealer today. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Bud Light, it's the short side of a good time. Here we go. Well, right out over there tonight after the game, fireworks will be popping right next to the Liberty Bell. A shot off from center field. A great show the other night. Show tonight was supposed to happen last night after the game.
Yep.
Because of the rain, they moved it to tonight. John Lennon leads it off. Phillies trail at 1-0.
A little different swing than the time he had those 3 hits.
Think he can replicate that swing again?
A little different when it's coming from that left side, though, isn't it?
Just a little bit.
It's hanging in there.
Swing and a miss, and Lannon is struck out. That's 6 strikeouts now for Santiago. He has not allowed a base runner since the second when Humberto Quintero singled. And Michael Young is coming up. He's 0 for 2. Michael's flied out. He's also grounded out. And at the knees, a strike. It's 0-1. To right field. It's not deep. And there are 2 outs. Just 2 base runners. A walk in the second and a single in the second. Time now to take a look at our Mazda leaders. And the White Sox have the fourth best winning percentage in interleague play. Yankees are first. Oakland for a long time. They're 4th right now, or 5th right now, excuse me. Oakland for a long time had been at the top, right with the Yankees. They were always a good second half team under Ken Maka, their manager, and they've tailed off a little bit in interleague play. You know, the second half is usually when they put those great runs together under Maka and Art Howe.
Well, anytime you're over 500, you consider yourself doing a pretty good job.
0-1 to Chase Utley. 0-2.
Well, that's a good breaking pitch. See where he started it at him and then broke all the way to the outside part of the plate. Got him set up for anything in the dirt. Fastball. Actually, he asked for a little changeup.
Off the end of the bat, and a base hit for Utley. Any chance that was that screwball?
Might have been the screwball, but it seemed to be really straight. That particular pitch. Utley really waiting it back. When you throw a pitch like that, you're not moving very much at all. With a hitter waiting back there with 2 strikes, becomes really an easier pitch for him to hit as opposed to even that hard fastball. You throw off speed, 2 strikes, you're waiting back anyway. Good pitch for him to hit. Nice job in hitting.
Well, here's Darren Ruff. Foul territory, Keppinger on the run. Can he get there? No. It lands free. Come on, little guy. Come on. Attaboy.
He's got to get a little bit quicker when they're coming inside. They're starting to get into his kitchen. Realizing when he hit that ball out of the ballpark, the ball is away. The pitchers are going to make that adjustment and start to pitch you inside. Very hittable pitch that he just popped up. See, coming back in there again. That's why with his open stance, he's got to have slow feet so that he could be able to see the ball, determine where it is, whether or not it's inside for a strike or whether or not it's outside. And all the hitters should lay off of that high pitch. Santiago, that's the pitch he wants you to actually go for. Make him get it down near the belt area. You'll have a little bit better success.
There goes Utley. Pitch is taken for a strike. Throw to second, not in time. I like it.
And I like that too, with them taking the pitch. We can do that all the time. We're from the right side. You can see whether or not that runner gets a jump right there. You can see he's off to the races. Don't even swing. I'd rather have him in scoring position with 2 strikes, especially with a left-hander. Wouldn't matter trying to be able to pick up that RBI.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Ruff. Inside 3-2.
Same kind of approach. Not looking to try and hit it out, just looking to really drive the ball in this situation.
Went after a high fastball. He tried to sew it, but he's rung up for the 7th strikeout of the night for Santiago. No runs, 1 hit. Second hit of the night. 1 man left in scoring position. We go to the 7th. White Sox lead it 1-0.
Time for your local Honda dealer's game summary. Between that and what Tom was doing, I have no idea.
I don't know what Tom was doing.
Both teams are playing here like they're worn out from the first game. 1-0 as we go to the 7th inning. Good pitching by Santiago and Lannon. And Phillies only have a couple of hits. And the White Sox got their run in a kind of an ugly 5th inning there by the Phillies.
Yeah, it was an earned run on a sac fly off the plate. That's the 3rd ball that's gone off the plate tonight. 1 out.
So what were you doing there?
I think I was playing the jug. There's some kind of a song that was playing that had a.
So it wasn't the air guitar, that was a jug.
I guess it was the jug.
Well, you need an all-star break.
Murph, take it away, buddy.
You sure you want me to interrupt, guys?
Really?
You know what? You look around this ballpark tonight after the late start and after the rain out last night, and you still have to be amazed at the crowd that has come out to watch the Phils tonight. And you have to tip your cap to all the game day employees that are inside this ballpark. And think about the folks from Aramark, about 1,000 employees serving the food for 2 games here. And take a look at the numbers that they're going to produce tonight. 8,000 to 10,000 hot dogs will be sold tonight. How about 5,000 crab fries and 5,000 cheesesteaks going to be served tonight as well? And, of course, 10,000 bottles of water and soda, 10,000 sodas. And I'm sure a lot of beer was also drunk here today, guys. So kudos to the folks that do a terrific job getting the food out to all these folks that come out to watch the baseball game.
Kudos to Cody, too, for beating that ball out. He was hustling from the time the ball left his bat. Lannon was falling off toward third and couldn't get over there. Yeah, Murph, I tell you, we say this all the time when there are day-night doubleheaders. So we watch this play. Everybody did such a great job getting things ready again for Game 2.
It really is amazing when you stop to think about what has to take place with so many people trying to get out of the building and into the building. So, yeah, you really do. You have to tip your cap to all these folks. It's been a long day for a lot of people. You know, they're still sitting here hoping that the Phils will get some runs and get out of here with a victory as well.
All right, Murph, we appreciate that. Today is National French Fry Day, so those crab fries, how many of those were sold?
Be a few fries sold here today, too, yeah.
So here's Santiago. You figure he's up there to try to sacrifice to Cody up to second to put a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Phillies were just talking about that when they were meeting on the mound.
And to Cody, you talked about him earlier, struggling trying to get hits in the major leagues. One thing he can do is run. He flew down that line. Of course, you should never beat a pitcher over there. But he was coming out of the box on the left side, and he was busting.
Ball is bunted toward first. A good bunt. Quintero will throw over to first. 2-4 on the sacrifice. And it's his second of the night. These lucky fans are tonight's Citizen 7. They will each receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. To find a branch near you, visit citizensbank.com. By the way, Wheels, as Quintero goes back behind home plate, you'll see Fielding Colbert, the crew chief, behind the plate. Abesta goes out to Brian O'Nora, who left Game 1. He was a little dehydrated, but is feeling a whole lot better right now, and is resting and getting hydrated, making sure he get his electrolytes back up again. It was a hot Game 1, and he was behind the plate for a lot of those pitches.
A lot of pitches. So it wasn't his shoulder then.
I'm sure the shoulder had a little bit to do with it, too.
That had to really hurt when he took that foul tip off the shoulder.
Bill Welke came over and filled in behind the plate for the last couple of innings. Fly ball to right field. Delman Young is under it. And makes the catch. And the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. Time to stretch for a second time today here at Citizens Bank Park with Dominic Brown due to lead it off. answer. All right, Wheels, here's the question. Who holds the White Sox single-season record for most home runs by a left-handed hitter?
Well, during the break, I called Ed Rendell, who's the #1 White Sox. No, I'm only kidding. That's what I wanted to do because he's the world's number one White Sox fan who didn't grow up. Yeah, big White Sox fan. Long story, but anyway, I can't remember a left-handed hitter that they had that was a big-time home run hitter, except the guy we've been talking about the last few days, and Jim Thome. And they had to have somebody other than him.
Jim Thome is
a good guess.
Correct.
It is.
Yes.
So they had nobody before Jim Thome.
No, I guess Harold Baines was somebody that I would put up there. I couldn't remember how many home runs he hit for his high water mark.
Well, he wasn't a big home run hitter though. But I kept trying to think of, is Frank Thomas a right-handed guy?
You know what? I don't want to say that he is. I'm pretty sure that he is, but I don't want to say that definitively. Because they had Greg Walker and Richie Zisk and guys and Bull.
Thome had some good years there, but I believe he was the #1 guy.
Keppinger flips to Santiago, covering 3-1 on the putout. And Dominic Brown is retired.
Thought that was going to be a good guess.
All right, so Ed Rendell's a White Sox fan.
Oh, unbelievable White Sox.
How does that happen?
He's explained it a few times. I'm trying to remember now. Even though he grew up in New York.
Had to be a player that drew his attention. They're going to give Santiago a few moments here to kind of catch his breath. Even though it's not a huge run over to first. At this point in the game, he's thrown 90 pitches. A reminder that this year's All-Star game will be played up at Citi Field on Tuesday. The National League against the American League. Don't miss all the action. Beginning at 7:30 on Fox. 4:30 Pacific if you're traveling. Delman Young fouls one back. Scares the heck out of those two guys behind home plate.
This is a strange game. A 1-0 game here in the 7th inning. Just kind of happening. Not take nothing away from this guy on the mound, but this is kind of a dead game after a really tough loss. Not to say it wouldn't happen anyway, but sometimes it's not a coincidence. Can't give him an error on that out.
Well, good attempt by Beckham. He had to go a long way, and he was between two other defenders.
Yeah, there was a potential collision there, and a long way to go for it, and trying to basket catch. Tough play. That one could easily be just scored no play. Here go 3 guys for it. Beckham has to come from near the bag. He gets there, but he takes a peek at Keppinger, who then just stopped.
They have scored an error charged to Beckham. Foul tip, and there are 2 outs. 8 strikeouts for Santiago.
Yeah, and here's a look as Tom says, 8 strikeouts by Santiago, and we talk about his high fastball. You're looking at reports on him that he gets a lot of strikeouts and swings and misses on it. He's got a strikeout there on a changeup, but there's one of those high fastballs that Darren Ruff tried to hold up on it. Couldn't. So good job so far by this 25-year-older out of Newark.
Mayberry hits one in the air, deep to left field. Going back is Vicieto. It is a tie ball game. Solo home run for John Mayberry, and we're even at 1.
Well, they needed something. Just something. Just nothing going on in this game, and it looked like John hit a high breaking ball or a changeup. I think we can tell on the replay. Oh, it's a big old slow curveball he threw to him. He hasn't thrown many of them tonight, has he?
He's thrown curves. They haven't hung like that, though.
But that looked like a big old roundhouse slow curveball, and good timing by John Mayberry to hit it in the first row out there.
Made a winner out of Tom Biesdorfer of Denver, Pennsylvania. He's won $100 in our McDonald's home run jackpot.
Oh, here we are in another tie game.
1-1 here in the bottom of the 7th. We'll take it, though, at this point.
That's what happened in the first game. Ruff tied it in the 7th. Didn't he with his homer? Or was it the 6th?
It was the 7th.
Yeah. The lucky 7th, as Byron Sam used to say.
Well, let's make it a lucky 8th and 9th. Otero out front. And it's retired. And so are the Phils, but they tie it up on the home run by Mayberry. 7 into the books. A brand new game as we go to the 8th. Acura Advance by WB Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. By Xfinity, the official HD triple play provider of your Phillies. And by Nissan. At Nissan's bottom line sales event, choose a better way to drive and save. Shop at choosenissan.com. Go to the top of the 8th inning, and Gordon Beckham will lead things off. Beckham has the RBI that initially gave the White Sox a 1-0 lead. Got that on a sacrifice fly.
Jumps a little bit when this guy hits it. John Lannon pitching in the 8th inning again.
Well, we said since the All-Star, I'm sorry, since he came off the disabled list. 2-2, an ERA of 3.30. It's going to be a tough play for McDonald. He gets rid of it quickly. It wasn't a tough play. Wow.
Seen him do that a lot over the years.
A really good play into the hole. One gone here in the 8th.
Yeah, it's not like he has a strong arm, but he has unbelievably quick hands and quick release. And look how accurate the throw is, too. He knows exactly what he's going to do here. Watch his feet ready to throw as he catches it. And just flips it over there to first base. He's just a tremendous defensive player and always has been.
That's why when he made the error earlier in the ball game, it was kind of a surprise because you just don't expect a guy like that to make that kind of an error. But it wasn't an easy play.
No, and they didn't pick it either on the other end. Sometimes you have to help your infielders. He had a double play a little earlier. Utley looked up like, here it comes to me already. It's just his style of play.
That one was a whole lot easier.
Yeah, that was easy.
And there are 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. Every time the Phillies retire the opposition 1-2-3, Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Your home for the most live sports, giving you all your favorite sports all year long.
Remember Jack Wilson, who had some good years with the Pirates, and then he got hurt over the Giants. He's a little bit like McDonald. He's probably had a little better arm. Maybe he could hit a little more, but they're both very similar type players. Wilson was pretty acrobatic too.
Now, would you agree? I mean, McDonald's played a lot of his career in the American League, but to me, he's the ideal National League player.
Because he can do some things with the bat. Your point being hit and run, bunt, those, look out.
Well, that you can also put him in late in the game as a defensive replacement.
Right. And offensively, he can do those little things that when you brought up the point about National League games, you need guys off your bench that can bunt and do the little things. They don't come into play as much in the American League team. Everybody's okay, it sounded like, with that applause.
That way, yep. Chopper back to the mound. Well, they should get this guy some runs because he's pitched another outstanding 8 innings tonight. He's only at 89 pitches through 8 on the mound. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It'll be McDonald, Ladden, and Michael Young. As we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, Jimmy Rollins has just been introduced as a pinch hitter for John McDonald against Santiago. Phillies trying to take game 2 of this series. Lost game 1 in 11 innings. It was a tough one to swallow.
They're trying to get a run or more here in this inning and use Papelbon in the 9th and win the ball game, I guess.
Yeah, they've got Garcia warming up right now.
Both the starters done a really good job. Did they get Lindstrom and Veal up? Both those guys were in game 1. You can abuse your bullpen a little bit in these 3 games, including tomorrow, because everybody has all those off days.
And you can choose to even put a starter in there if you need to.
Right.
I don't always like to do that, but if they need to.
If you're getting a long extra inning game. Boy, they are chasing that high fastball off this guy, just like the report said.
Not that one.
No. There it is. Again.
That's 9 strikeouts.
A lot of them just like that.
His career high for strikeouts is 10. Now Kevin Franzen will pinch hit.
Here it is, 3-2. This is ball 4, of course. But we've seen a lot of guys chasing that pitch tonight. Had to be in the reports.
Pitches for John Lennon, and that's it.
Terrific job. But trying to get a run here to win this ball game. You know, not to win this ball game, but to take the lead and try to win the game. There's John Lennon, 3 straight really good outings.
That'll bring your ERA down right there.
Moment.
What they had hoped when they signed him is that he could help stabilize the rotation toward the back end. Oh, Franzen's hit by a pitch. He'll take it.
What's new?
Time now for Michael Young to step to the plate. It's time for our Hyundai defensive plays of the game.
Yeah, he has one of them on VC8 on that line smash. That was crack thump. That's how quickly that got to him. And here's this nice play by John McDonald on the ball hit by Beckham to lead off last inning. Looked like they were going to get their leadoff man on. Nice quick release and an accurate throw. And brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers, our Hyundai defensive, in this case, plays of the game.
Robin Ventura is heading out to the mound. And that's going to be it for Santiago. They're going to bring in the right-hander Matt Lindstrom to face Michael Young. This guy did a very good job too. He didn't last the 8th like Lannon did. So an AT&T call to the bullpen. The Phillies have the go-ahead run aboard here in the 8th. Let's see if they can get that run across the plate. We return. The Phillies got some really bad news today. Our Coors Light Freeze Camp, Game 1, Ben Revere fouls the ball off his right ankle near the top of the foot, has x-rays after the game, and it turns out that that foot is broken. He'll be reevaluated on Monday. Look at Sean McCasney in the background. He knew as soon as Revere went down that he was in trouble. He continued the at-bat wheels, hit it to the double play. Look how much he's limping right there.
And busted it down the line, too. It's just amazing. Right there, I'm sure Ben Revere players know when they're in a little bit of trouble, and he had to know that was a problem.
It'll sidetrack what has been the best 2.5 months of Ben Revere's career.
Remarkable the way he's been able to play.
He's become a leadoff hitter.
Yeah, he's been great and fun to watch. Just a shame. good kid too, so hopefully he gets well or he heals quickly.
Matt Lidstrom is on with one out. Franzen's at first base. They've got Veal in the bullpen for Utley, I would assume. Ball's in the dirt, 1-0. Flowers makes the scoop of it.
It's really a big inning for the Phillies too, just because Revere's gone, they have a very short bench here today, and they've just used 2 of the bench up in Rollins, who will stay in the game, and Franzen.
Ramon Troncoso, who pitched in game 1, a right-hander. Veal is next to him, a left-hander. He's just sitting on top of the mound right now. There he is.
It will kind of depend. Suppose Young were to make an out that advances Franzen to second with 2 outs, they could walk Utley, and then they still have the right-hander for Ruff. If they have to pitch to Utley, then they have the left-hander ready for him. So that's probably the kind of thinking in that direction.
Phillies have been able to split up the left-handers tonight in the lineup.
Washington Nationals scored 1 run again tonight.
Yeah, they were leading 1-0. The Marlins tied it, I think, in the 9th. And then the Marlins won it in extra innings.
Another team struggles to score a lot of times.
Ground ball to short. That could be 2. Ramirez to second for 1. And it's a 6-4-3 double play. So the rally is diffused here in the 8th inning. On to the 9th we go. Both starters are out. It's up to the bullpens when we come back.
Eight tremendous innings, 4 hits, just gave up the 1 run. Really got out of a bases loaded jam with just 1 on some misplays. Really moved his pitches around, got his ground balls. There's a double play there. To his fastball changeup. Fielded his position pretty well except for that 1 play that kind of helped him get the run. But there are those ground balls. And when John Lannon's down in the zone throwing these ground balls, he can really be effective, and he was again here tonight.
Well, he'll get a no decision with tonight's ball game. So he'll settle in and hope that the offense can at least pick up another run to get a victory. He'll turn it over to Luis Garcia as we go to the top of the 9th inning. Jimmy Rollins stays in the ball game to play shortstop, as we suspected. He pinch hit for John McDonald. Garcia has appeared in 1 ball game since his arrival in the big leagues. He'll face Casper Wells, Brent Morrell, and Tyler Flowers. Those are the scheduled hitters.
And they are loaded off their bench, too.
Well, they've got Adam Dunn.
Yeah, they also have Rios. They have De Aza. Guys like that all played in the first game that are starters for them. Not playing in this game. So they are much better equipped on some well setting the defense, telling them to move back now in a tie game than the Phillies are for extra innings.
I thought maybe this is where they'd use De Aza to lead off the 9th inning.
Yeah.
And he could stay in the game to play the outfield.
Especially with no left-hander up in the bullpen.
Garcia showed a pretty wicked slider his first outing. Picked up a strikeout on one, and it got away from Carlos Ruiz. That one's out toward left field. Dominic Brown positioned perfectly, 1 out. So 1 out. Morel will be called back, and it'll be Gillespie who they will use as a pinch hitter. Gillespie played in game 1, was 0 for 2 with an RBI. Ventura. His team won game 1 in extra innings. They're trying to sneak out another one here. The Phils are trying to stop that. There's that slider. It's 0-2.
This game goes extra innings. It's all Mark Parent's fault. Back in July 1998 at the Vet, Phillies played the Miami Florida Marlins, a doubleheader. Both games with 12 innings. He caught every inning. And Mike Lieberthal was hurt, and there were no other catcher available. 24 innings that guy caught, and it was smoking hot.
The ball's hit out to right field. Delman Young on the run, and he's there. 2 outs.
He was 0 for 5 in the second game. He said he made it out, was headed towards the dugout. He said some guy's yelling at him, "You stink."
And what did he say?
He said, "Well, I probably do after being out here all these innings." He's funny. He's a great guy. We're sitting around talking about that doubleheader the other night. Lieberthal was banged up. So he started the first game. He found out in the 7th inning of the first game he was going to have to catch both games. They brought Bobby Estelle in the next day. Didn't help Bernie that night. So extra innings, 2 games, it's his fault if it happens.
Here's Tyler Flowers. He did not catch 11 innings in game 1.
The first game went 12. Then they just, for good measure, they went 12 in the second game.
7-6 and 6-4. Phillies won both.
Yeah, Scott Rowland hit a walk-off homer in the second game. Win that one.
0-2.
Mark was 0 for 9 with a run batted in that game, in those 2 games.
That's good.
How did his legs feel the next day?
Oh, he said he was so tired. He didn't recover for months.
Now the 0-2 pitch. Or the dirt, 1-2. I guess Veal's going to come in to face Utley in the bottom of the 9th. Bobby Thigpen, the bullpen coach.
Another ex-Philly.
1-2 pitch. There's that slider. Dropped by Quintero. Got him right on the thumb of that glove.
Yeah.
That hurts.
They really hurt. Anytime you play in any position in baseball and you catch one like that and that thumb goes back. Ow.
Out to right field. That's going to be trouble. Delman Young will play it off the wall. It didn't come right back to him. Flowers will get to second. So an extra base hit with 2 outs. And Cody will bat. He's 2 for 3.
Yeah, he's had a good game. Here it is, pitch out over the plate a little bit, and it really carries. It's a fastball right down the middle, actually, and right off the Stroman bread side. Now going to jump Diekman up real quick with Dunn coming into the on-deck circle, and this left-handed hitter up.
Utley's waiting behind the mound as Quintero goes back. They're really trying to stall to get Diekman ready. But Garcia will face Cody. There's Adam Dunn. Ground ball back to the mound. Garcia is there, and the side is retired. Nice job. No runs, one hit, one man left in scoring position. He preserves a 1-1 game and gives the Phils a chance to win it. At the bottom of the ninth, Chase Utley leading it off. For years, StubHub has been the place to find great Phillies tickets. And this season, you can get more with your tickets thanks to StubHub Fan Rewards. So get to StubHub and grab your seats today. Couple changes. Gillespie stays in to play third base for the White Sox. And Donnie Veal, who was in Game 1, will take over here in Game 2, and he'll face Chase Utley. Utley, Ruff, and Dominic Brown. 2, 3, and 4. Phillies let opportunities go by the boards in Game 1. I think it's been well talked about, documented, even in a short period of time since it happened. Now they got to grind it out and try to win Game 2 to set up tomorrow's final game and win the series before the All-Star break. Phillies took 2 of 3 from the Braves, 3 of 4 from the Nationals. And here we go in the bottom of the ninth inning. Lidstrom is credited with 2/3 of an inning in relief of Santiago. And the first pitch from Veal. Figure Utley's going to make him throw a strike, and he throws a curveball over for a strike. Outside, 1-1.
Well, if someone could pop one here, they'd send a lot of people. Well, they wouldn't leave right away. They'd stand for the fireworks in a good mood.
Make the fireworks even better, and they're great. So it's not hard to make them better.
Yeah, they are great.
It would make it better. Up the first base line, Veal off the mound. And he flips underhand. 1 out. Let's see what Robin Ventura does. He may leave Veal in to face Ruff because he's got Brown on deck.
Yeah, sometimes a manager will do that and just hold his breath. Because he knows what he has on deck, and he's hoping that the guy at the home plate doesn't beat him with a long ball.
Yeah, I don't think this is a stall tactic at all because Troncoso's been warming up.
Right.
So Darren Ruff is up. He's 0 for 3 in game 2. Outside, 1-0. We could throw him one of those breaking pitches and get it up in the zone. It is a curveball. It's how Mayberry homer to tie it.
Well, good job. Darren Ruff gets ahead in the count. Now he can eliminate half a home plate. See if he can do some damage.
He eliminated half a home plate. He almost eliminated the ball.
Yeah, that was a good swing. The pitch was in. It was tough to keep it fair, but he got a good swing at a 2. I hate to see a guy take it. Oh, there's a cute shot. But I hate to see a guy take a 2-0 pitch and foul it over his own dugout. If he's a right-handed hitter and your dugout's on the first base, that was aggressive.
He's opening up your hips and going.
Well, that's what you want to see when you're ahead in the count.
It's 2-2. Been running a lot of 3-ball 2-strike counts.
Yeah, he does run deep counts. And now they just threw him a 2-2 breaking ball, and you wonder if they'll come back with it or throw the 3-2 fastball.
Curveball and a called strike 3.
How about that? They did come back with it.
I think it was a pretty good pitch. Fielded Culper thought so.
Well, it's sure going to fool you, lock you, all sorts of stuff because you don't expect it. Can't tell we're across the front of the plate, whether it's high or low. The catcher pulled it back up a little.
He did. Here's Dominic Brown, lefty on lefty.
Looking at his card, he doesn't have a whole lot of options off the bench, and just looking at the bullpen. Go 2-2 breaking ball again. They came back with another one to Ruff.
Breaking ball swung on and missed, and he struck out the last 2 hitters that he faced. He went back with the curve, and it helped him get 2 strikeouts. So extra innings for a second straight game in a matter of hours. One game, and the reason we're tied at 1 is our W.B. Mason delivery of the game.
John Mayberry Jr. got a breaking ball there from Santiago, who had been really good, especially with high fastballs, and he got it way up in the air into the first row. And as you say, Tom, that is why we are tied right now. That's our W.B. Mason delivery of the game, and it's also because of Mark Parent being here.
Just his aura.
Doubleheader, extra innings. It's his fault.
You tell him. He's twice the size of you.
Twice. He's twice the size of you.
That's true. Extra inning records. The White Sox 5-7. The Phillies 4-4. Garcia begins his second inning of relief. He'll face Alejandro De Aza, who was one of the big reasons why the White Sox won Game 1. He's having a very good year. I don't know if anybody in the Marlins organization anticipated this was the kind of player he would become.
Who could anticipate that Garcia would be pitching his second inning in a major league game?
Nobody in the offseason would have thought that.
Really.
In the offseason in Dover, New Jersey, up in North Jersey. Out of baseball. Seemingly done with the game, except to kind of help some other kids figure it out. And there he is in a big league ball game. Broken bat. That's going to loop right over Utley's head into right center field. They get to it quickly. De Aza holds up at first. Well, now he's a threat to run.
Yeah.
He has stolen 10 bases.
Have to talk it over to see if maybe Alexi Ramirez may be up there to bunt. You have Beckham on deck, another right-handed batter. Keppinger, another right-handed batter, but Dunn is lurking.
And because of that, Diekman is throwing again in the bullpen. There's Diekman. And he does bunt, and he goes foul.
why it's not fun to bunt sometimes. You turn square, give yourself up, and here it comes right to your coconut.
There's Addison Reed, who saved game 1.
Ramirez wants Joe Ewing to go through the signs again. And he's looking for, of course, for him to take it off. No throw over.
Ooh, almost got it.
Quick feet. Boy, that was a great move. Haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, Diaz is going to clean up the base path.
I thought he was just going to throw one of those over there to see if he was still bunting, and he almost got him. So Diaz, all he could do on that was just fall.
There he goes. Pitch is fouled. They were doing a little hit and run. At least I think they were.
Don't know, yeah. Whether he was trying to steal the base and Ramirez just swung or not.
You know what? I think that's what it was, because Ramirez seems to be upset with himself. He's going into a little catcher's position.
Yeah, because I don't know that he looked in at all, Diaz. And a lot of times if you don't look in at all, it's a straight steal.
Out towards second. It may not be hit hard enough for 2. They'll get the lead runner. They try to get 2, but not in time. So 4-6 on the putout.
Very good play by Chase Utley. And he's thinking right away, if I can do it, I want to get the lead guy. And they got him. Well, he certainly made him aware over there at first base now.
Yeah, he really shortened up his lead. The base runner, Ramirez, who's pretty quick too. He does not have anywhere near the lead that Diaz had.
No, he saw what happened over there. Almost happened. Plus, Darryl Boston's probably helping him a little bit with it.
There he goes. Pitches high. The throw by Quintero also high. And he got off the bag. And Ramirez is tagged out. Adrian Johnson kept his eyes on it. And there are 2 outs here in the 10th inning. I would assume that Ventura is going to think about coming out because the reaction Ramirez had. But Rollins reacted almost immediately that he fell off the bag.
Yeah, he beat the play. There's no doubt about that. But as you said, Johnson stayed with it and then calls him out. Jimmy stays with it too.
Oh, he got him. Yep. He was off the bag, and then he's on there, but he was off the bag for a moment.
Good call.
That got a piece of the home plate umpire, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Jimmy's been looking for that call for a couple weeks. It hurt the Phils in a game on the last trip.
Yeah, in Los Angeles on a Sunday afternoon getaway day. Yeah, 2 of them.
Ground ball back to the mound. Well, Garcia, in his first week as a major league relief pitcher, 3 scoreless innings, including 2 tonight. the young man some credit. He's giving the Phils another opportunity as we go to the bottom of the 10th. The right-hander, Ramon Troncoso, who pitched in Game 1, got the victory. Thought he got the victory in Game 1.
Yeah, he did. And Troncoso struck out Delman Young with a man at third and one out in one of those 2 innings where the Phillies had the great chances to win the ball game and didn't get it done.
So Troncoso will face Delman Young, John Mayberry, and I would think Carlos Ruiz. It's Humberto Quintero who's due up third. A lot of it will depend on how this inning starts.
Yeah, they're down to Ruiz and Nix off the bench now. So they have to kind of be careful, too.
Delman's 0 for 3. In the air to left center field. On the run is to Cody, and he's there to make the catch. He just missed it. One away.
Take this shot. Come on, buddy. All right, Big John. End this, baby. Let's go.
This one where Delman Young wishes he were able to do that in the first game. That was a hanging slider, it looked like. And he hits it well. Unfortunately, if he could have pulled it, that would have been big-time damage, but it just died out there.
I thought it was going to at least get to the wall and maybe be an extra base hit. Wasn't sure if it had enough to get out. But now 1 out, and here's Mayberry. He homered in the 7th inning to tie the game at 1. Third baseman Gillespie is back behind the bag, shaded toward the line. Kepinger's off the line at first. One ball, one strike. He's trying to get him to fish after that breaking pitch. He's held off on the last 2 pitches. into the bat, a floater out towards center, long run coming in for Dakota, and he makes the catch.
Well, he can really run. He's playing in the no doubles defense way out in center field, and those are the kind that almost always drop in front of you because you're not worried about it dropping in front of you. Tremendous play from as deep as he started. This is a guy who hit a home run last time up, takes a big swing, like, well, actually lunged at it a little bit. That may have helped him. But still, look at him outrun that. It's impressive. And no need to slide for it either.
Two outs for Quintero. To left field, and the side is retired. No doubles defense helped the White Sox out there. Phillies hit a couple balls hard. The other one was a little bloop, but we're going to go to the 11th for the second time today. Bradley, who will retire officially as a member of the Philadelphia Phillies. All fans coming to the game that night, compliments of Toyota, will receive the free Bradley photo print. You can order your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Brad, of course, is encapsulated on one of the greatest moments in Phillies history, the clinching of the 2008 World Championship. Again, it's August 1st against the San Francisco Giants. Well, now we're starting to double up on the Phillies relievers from game one. Justin DeFreitas pitched a scoreless 7th inning. He allowed a couple base runners. He's on here in the top of the 11th. Kempinger will lead it off. It'll be Kempinger, Viciedo, and Casper Wells is scheduled at bat. Let's see what they do.
All right-handed hitters.
First pitch slider outside. Nice job by Luis Garcia.
Very nice. 2 scoreless innings. Showed a heck of a move to first, too.
Just walked Keppinger on 4 pitches. Can't imagine that Viciedo is up there to bunt. Casper Wells is out on deck. Diane Viciedo is 1 for 4. Diekman's up in case they go to their bench at some point for a lefty. He's been up a few times in this game already. Well, it's 5 straight out of the strike zone. They're close, but DeFreitas is just missing. The crowd's getting a little restless. Might be the 22nd inning of the day, but they're into it.
Well, that was a predictable response after 5 straight balls.
Low, 2-1.
Now they were going to try something with a hit and run. This is when you do it with a 2-1 count. That's why they're taking a long look over there. You see Boston and base runner. Keppinger looking over at third base coach McEwing. Oh. They may have figured that. You thought that would pitch. They may have figured this guy's wild right now, so we're not going to just give up something here and make my hitter swing.
Ball toward third. They're going to get 1, and that's it. Young flips in time. Nice play by Michael Young, but the go-ahead run is in scoring position. Wells will bat. Now, if I'm them, I wouldn't use Rios based on game 1.
Right.
He had awful swings. I guess they. No, I thought maybe they used Dunn. Unless they think that Diekman's coming in. It's that whole matchup thing.
Yeah, and they also have to be careful that they have somebody to play positions.
David Percy is the lefty.
They're finally starting to do the wave after 2 fireworks games. First time.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe it took this long.
Center field, John Mayberry's right there for the second out.
Boy, that ball was smoked.
It's moving all around as it went out there to center. Now 2 outs, and Gillespie will bat for the second time. He flied to right his first time up. White Sox are 2 for 23 with runners in scoring position today. 2 for 14 in game 1, 0 for 9 in game 2. But they did win game 1, so that number doesn't really matter at this point. Gillespie came on to play third base for Brent Morel earlier. He'll be intentionally walked for Flowers. Intentionally walked Gillespie, a 249 hitter, for Flowers, who's just barely above 200.
Yeah, with a base open, left-handed hitter, right-handed hitter on deck. He just gave those numbers. Good percentage play here. And if they were to hit Dunn for him, then you bring Diekman in to pitch to Dunn.
Well, they got it going now here at Citizens Bank Park.
That's a fireworks night staple.
Intentional walk, that'll bring Flowers up.
It has seemed like a lot.
635 pitches. A day of baseball here in Philadelphia.
That's the 2 home plate umpires. They'll tell you.
The 3 home plate umpires.
3, that's right.
Flowers did double his last time against Garcia. Late on that first fastball at 94, it's 0-1. Braves have won today. They won earlier, 5-2 over the Reds. The Nationals have lost to the Marlins, 2-1. Phillies win a game here. They can gain a half game on the Reds for the wild card. Can also gain on the Nationals and get another step closer to 500. Over toward the hole, a base hit, it's a left field. Brown charging, rounding third, heading for home is Keppinger. The throw to the plate on one hop. He is out at home plate easily. And the side is retired. What a throw by Dominic Brown. The ever-evolving left fielder for the Phillies has his second outfield assist of the homestand. And this was a laser off the grass. And it turned out to be an easy play for Quintero. The White Sox are retired here in the 11th. The wave and the game move on to the bottom of the 11th. Well, we go to the bottom of the 11th inning. The Phillies and the White Sox tied at 1. Yep, we're going overtime for a second game. 22 innings as we begin the bottom of the 11th. Dominic Brown. Nobody's really talking about his defense anymore, are they?
I'll tell you what, bro.
And at so many levels, it was a great throw.
Well, one hop, and Joe McEwing has to gamble there. You're on the road. You've been playing for 3 days, it feels like. You try to win the game, hope he'll short hop the catcher, something will go wrong, and he made a perfect throw on an easy play for Quintero.
So now Rollins leads it off here in the bottom of the 11th inning.
Catcher gets a long hop like that, their eyes, and they're looking to left field. That is so much fun for them.
Rollins pitch hit his last time and struck out. Pops up toward left field. This may wind up being a tougher play than you think. Now Ramirez is there, and there's one away. And Lance next will be brought on as pinch hitter. Robin Ventura is coming out. That's going to be it for the right-hander. So Troncoso wins game 1, and he gets 4 outs in game 2. And now they'll go to the left-hander, David Percy. So a pitching change here in the 11th. Phillies and the White Sox tied at 1. We'll be back after this. Game only on Cure Auto Insurance presents Phillies Post Game Live. Bottom of the 11th inning, 1 man down. It's a 1-1 ball game. David Percy, who did not pitch in game 1, was warming up in the bullpen, has been introduced as the new pitcher for the White Sox. Lance Nix had been introduced as a pinch hitter for the Phillies for Justin DeFreitas, who threw a scoreless top of the 11th inning, but now he'll be brought back and Carlos Ruiz will enter the ball game. So that means the Phillies are done. They have no more position players left because of the injury to Ben Revere. To say that Carlos Ruiz is due is an understatement. 3 extra base hits this year. 3 of his 33 hits are extra bases. Just trying to get on and maybe get something going with 1 out here in the bottom of the 11th. Percy's first pitch to him. Fastball in there.
Yeah, he was the last move off the bench, too. Percy was in spring training with the Phillies last year as a non-roster guy.
2. Charlie's got his gum all lined up there, Wheels. I hope that doesn't mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got one more for each half inning coming up.
Hope that's lined up for tomorrow.
That's it. Soften it up a little bit.
One was coming up onto tomorrow.
Off the hands, shallow center. It'll be playable for Beckham. 2 outs. Phillies have not managed a hit since the home run by Mayberry in the 7th inning.
They didn't have a whole lot before that either.
Yeah, give credit to the White Sox bullpen and Phillies bullpen for that matter. But the White Sox bullpen has retired 9 straight batters, and they've gotten 10 straight outs because the double play ended the 8th inning. Phillies have Diekman warming up again in the bullpen. Simone Castro is warming up for the White Sox.
Have not seen him yet.
Have not. High, 2-1. Castro's upstairs. Diekman's downstairs. Battle going on right now. Michael Young fouling one pitch after another off. Oh for 4 in the ball game. Facing the left-hander David Percy. Another foul ball. And it remains 2-2. Michael Young has 1 extra base hit. One of his 2 hits against Percy, an extra base hit. It was a double.
He's just trying to get something in the zone that he can drive. As you said, a good battle going on. A lot of fastballs.
Now the 2-2 pitch. A liner to left field, a base hit. He's aboard with 2 outs, keeping the train moving. At least starting the train, I should say.
Get it out of the station. Well, that was a slider he threw in that time, a breaking ball of some kind. After all those fastballs. They'll keep their outfielders all the way back and trying to prevent any kind of an extra base hit here that could beat them. And they'll hold Young on at first.
Utley 1 for 5 in this doubleheader, 0 for 1 in game 1, 1 for 4 here. Michael Young, by the way, has extended his hitting streak to 8 straight games. He wasn't scheduled to start game 2, but the injury to Ben Revere forced Charlie Manuel to juggle his thoughts. He needed a leadoff hitter. Well, let's face it, statistically, he's been the best leadoff hitter for the Phillies, average-wise. Utley takes, and it's 0-1.
Young not a base stealer.
Chase 1 for 2 against Percy. And it's 0-2. That injury to Revere that forced Charlie Manuel to juggle his lineup was the foul ball that took place off his foot in the 11th inning of game 1. Turned out a broken bone. He'll be reevaluated on Monday. Certainly not good news for the Phillies. Here it is again. Oh boy.
Right off that ankle area, it looked like.
No balls and 2 strikes, and Utley's ready.
Boy.
I thought it ticked his helmet.
Yeah, he almost ducked right into that. I think it was a breaking ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, I would think it was a slider that just didn't slide.
Boy, it's so hard to be a big league hitter. Because you have to stand there and not bail on those things because they'll go over the plate. And then if it's a fastball and you don't bail, it's got you. Well, how they do it. I know we all tried.
Swing and a miss. Utley's tagged out. And that'll do it for the 11th inning. Well, if 11 wasn't enough for game 1, then we've got 12. We head to the top of the 12th. It's a 1-1 game between the Phillies and the White Sox. The 5th inning, the Phillies scored their run in the 7th inning on a home run by John Mayberry. Starters tonight, John Ladden went 8. He allowed 1 run on 4 hits. Hector Santiago went 7 1/3, allowed 1 run on 3 hits. Phillies will use their 5th pitcher of the night, or excuse me, 4th pitcher of the night. It's Jake Diekman. Diekman did pitch in game 1. He allowed a hit and got 1 out. In fact, he pitched the end of the top of the 11th. And he'll come on to face, I guess it's Tacody first. Yeah, it'll be Tacody. They'll use Rios to pinch hit for the pitcher spot. Right-handed batter. Well, if they stuck around for both games, and a lot of fans did, then they're going to see 23 innings at least of baseball. They may see more. And fireworks. Come on, shake it off. Stay awake for the fireworks.
They'll wake you up.
We are 5 minutes away from midnight here on the East Coast.
That'll be Sunday fireworks. This is an endurance test. There's no doubt about it. For all involved. This game was really going to be a quickie, too. It was flying along.
Yeah, you're right, it was. Both starters are very good.
It was a little over 2 hours. We're in the 9th inning.
Cody has 2 hits today. And he takes it inside. One ball, no strikes. Cody doubled in the 5th and scored the run for the White Sox. Popped him up. Rollins at shortstop. And there's one away. And now Alex Rios will pinch hit. Rios had some terrible at bats in game 1.
Yeah, he did.
Hit the ball hard in his final at bat. It was an error by Rollins. But he struck out 3 times before that.
He's a dangerous hitter. One of those keeps his hands kind of low guy and then just loads real quick and lets it go. It's a little bit like Batista.
Tony Batista?
Yeah.
Or Jose?
Jose. No, the guy in Toronto.
Yeah.
Jose. It's getting late.
Outside 3-0.
You would think they'll cut this guy loose. Rios, not Ramirez, he's on deck, but Rios on a 3-0 count.
And ball 4. So Rios draws a 1-out walk.
These guys keep getting base runners.
Yeah, they've stranded 9. Phillies have not been as lucky. They haven't had as many base runners. They only have 4 hits tonight. Alexei Ramirez, the leadoff batter, has been on base twice. First time was in the 5th. He reached on an error by Lannon. And the last time was his last at bat when he reached on a fielder's choice. If you wondered about Rios, he can run. Rios has 19 stolen bases. There he goes. Pitch is lined the opposite way, a base hit. The Phillies deked him, so Rios is at second base wondering where the ball is.
Yep.
He could have easily been a third.
He was stealing on that play. That's what we're talking about, the difference between a steal and a hit and run. A lot of times, if it's a hit and run, they look in. They take peeks in to see what happens. That was a straight steal, and Ramirez swung at it. He had no idea where the ball was, and they did a good job deking him. He should be a third base, obviously. Now here we go. See, he's running now. He's not looking in at all. And now Utley starts pointing, and Rollins is doing it on the other end. And he comes over flashing like they're going to complete a double play. And Rios is going, where's the ball? He has no idea where it is. Well, they did a good job. They kept the double play in order, and they kept the go-ahead run away from third base.
I don't know how close he was making a decision of walking off the bag and going back to first, but
well, he better find one of his coaches quickly when you're in that situation.
Now Gordon Beckham 0 for 4 with a sac fly. Runners on first and second.
Better pay attention too.
Dickman's got to look back.
Yep.
about how much their closer's gotten up and thrown.
Yeah.
He pitched game 1, but he's also been up 3 or 4 times.
Because they keep getting base runners on here in extra innings.
Wheels, welcome to Sunday.
Welcome to Sunday fireworks at Citizens Bank Park.
Midnight on the East Coast. I thought it was going to bong 12 times.
I have a tough time explaining this one to somebody who wasn't here today.
Rios at second, Ramirez at first.
Yeah, Chase Utley coming in trying to keep him close.
Scooped up by Quintero. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Don't forget they had a runner thrown out the plate last inning.
'97 on the fastball. It remains 1-2 to Beckham. Rios is a good runner, as we said. He leads off second. Off the hands, foul territory. Ruff's not going to be able to get to that one. Wasn't hit high enough, and it kept on slicing away. Game number 95 of the season. And a foul tip hung onto by Quintero. 2 outs. And here comes Jeff Keppinger.
Great job there. Strike him out in that spot. Threw a fast one, missed his spot by about 2 feet, and as it turned out, it was perfect because he swings, foul tips it, and Quintero hangs on.
And Quintero was hopping back and forth trying to distract and decoy Beckham. He jumped from where the pitch actually went. Keppinger's up now. Walked his last time, singled his first time. That ball is way past Quintero. The throw to third, not in time to get Rios. It's shot right on back to Quintero. It'll be a wild pitch. And there are runners on first and third.
Well, you know, it's after midnight now. This stuff's starting. This is a real big-time wild pitch. Now look what it does. It hits the board back there, comes right back to Quintero, and he has a shot at third. But he throws it into foul territory. And now by the time Michael Young comes back, he can't get him. Rios is very athletic. That was impressive.
So a wild pitch to Diekman. Runners on first and third.
You're Keppinger, you wonder what's going on here. One is way outside, then he comes back with a borderline, then he comes right down the middle with one.
Well, they're coming to their feet. Go ahead runs at third. Ramirez at first. Top half of the 12th inning. The 1-2 pitch inside 2-2.
A lot of pressure on Quintero right now because Diekman is
he's a little wild right now.
Yeah.
He's thrown 19 pitches, Wheels, 9 balls, 10 strikes.
Yeah, the hitter's uncomfortable, really, but it makes a catcher uncomfortable, too.
Now the 2-2 pitch. Check swing. Did he go? They tag him. No, says Bill Welke. So that means Ramirez will be off on this pitch. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
See Ruff yelling in right now. They'll play off him. The infielders, of course, have to be aware. All right, we have no force play now. We got to go to first. All little things when a guy runs them.
Runner goes from first, and the pitch is pulled toward third. Diving stop. Young quickly to his feet. In time, and the inning is over. It wasn't pretty, but Jake Diekman gets us to the bottom of the 12th inning with a little help from his friends. Michael Young sprawled all over the infield dirt to make sure he got this one. Little bit of a tumble, rolled to his feet, and we've got the bottom of the 12th coming up with the game still tied at 1. Sitting still tied at 1. Adam Dunn will take over at first base for the White Sox. And the new pitcher is Simon Castro. Castro did not pitch in game 1. Only his 4th game, 6 strikeouts in 5 innings. And he will face Darren Ruff to start things off.
Here are a couple good defensive plays in this game. Dominic Brown, tremendous throw here. This could have been the winning run. Gets a nice long hop there for Quintero. Has all kinds of time to get ready and out at the plate. And then this play by Michael Young to end the top of the 12th inning. Hard ground ball to his left. Gets up, throws him out. Jake Diekman yelling at himself a little bit there as he walks on because he made it kind of interesting.
So Darren Ruff will face Castro to start the 12th inning. Oh, he got hit by that pitch, and that did not feel good at all. Nobody's left for the Phillies. No position players left. Darren's okay. He's going up to first. So the winning run is aboard for Dominic Brown,
who will be swinging the bat here. And a left-handed hitter with a hole open and 2 right-handed hitters coming up. Well, a series of right-handed hitters coming up.
I don't know. We wondered about Diekman and how the batters felt with him out on the mound because he's a little wild tonight. This guy's throwing some gas, and the first pitch he throws hits Darren Ruff.
That'll get your attention.
Brown is 0 for 3 in this game. And he was swinging. He fouls it away. It's no balls and 1 strike. That fastball is at 86 miles an hour. Sabre's warming up. Center field, playable, and 1 out. Delman's 0 for 4. He flied out to fairly deep center his last time up.
Threw a little hanging breaking ball there right in the middle of the plate.
There's another one down the right field line. Casper Wells coming in. He slides and he makes the catch in foul territory and slammed into Beckham. His spikes went flying into the leg of Gordon Beckham. And they're calling for the athletic trainer to come out to check him out. Oh man, he is in a lot of pain.
It's a great play by Wells. You see Beckham trying to get there too.
I don't know if his leg got caught wheels or not.
No.
Maybe this view will show us.
Something in the back of his leg, his knee, his hamstring.
Yeah. It wasn't a spike. It was not a spike.
No, he just grabs the back of the leg or the hamstring area.
Maybe he got a cramp. But they're doing with him right now. Now all they have left, the White Sox, is Fegley, their backup catcher.
This is really a battle of attrition right now.
Well, there are 2 outs here in the bottom of the 12th inning.
Yeah, as you said, maybe just a cramp. Pot could be dehydrated right now on a play after a play like that and get a cramp.
Well, he's coming to his feet.
Yeah, they need him to stay in the game if possible. You see how he gets hit here.
Yeah, I think his left knee went into his thigh.
Like a Charlie horse in the thigh.
He's trying to walk it off.
They're trying to figure out who's going to take his place. Well, that's tough.
All right, Johnny boy. Here we go, Johnny boy. All right, big 1-5.
They're going to walk it back to his position, give him a few extra steps. before they walk off the field. No, he's going to stay in the ball game. They may devise some kind of alternative plan because who knows if it's going to be an issue. We mentioned that Fegley's the only one that they have available, so they'd have to tinker from that standpoint. They could move Keppinger. No, Keppinger's out of the game.
Yeah, he's gone too.
See, he would be the guy you can move around a little bit and then move a catcher somewhere else.
But they just took him out in the double switch. Put Dunn in. And they're hitting the pitcher in his spot. And Keppinger where Keppinger was.
So Beckham will stay in. John Mayberry is up. Mayberry tied this game in the 7th with a solo home run.
That thing's probably not going to loosen up a whole lot. Kind of falling in that extra inning trap you get into. Everybody tries to hit a home run to end the game. Those 2 at bats there by Brown and Young. Early swings, fly balls.
Well, it's pulled towards short, and Ramirez will go to second, and the side is retired. And Beckham continues to limp around out at second base. Fielder's choice for Mayberry. 6-4 on the putout. We've completed 12. How about 13, everyone? In a 1-1 game. Scored a run of their half of the 11th inning, but they won it 5-4. The White Sox did. And now in game 2 of this day-night doubleheader, we move to the top of the 13th inning. The Phillies go back to their bullpen after Jake Diekman threw a scoreless 12th inning. And Joe Savory will come on, and Savory will pitch the 13th. He'll also bat in the bottom of the 13th inning. He's probably the best hitting pitcher, has the best history as the best hitter for a pitcher. So he's going to get a chance to take some swings. Top of the 7th inning in San Diego, Tim Lincecum, who threw very well in his last outing against the Mets, but wound up with a no decision. He's thrown 103 pitches, and he's got a no-hitter through 6. 3 walks, 10 strikeouts.
10 strikeouts, that's a lot of pitches, huh, for 6 innings?
You figure there's a 4-day All-Star break, so they could give him a couple extra days, but Bruce Bochy, he kind of goes by the beat of his own drum.
Yeah, and they've been worried a little bit about Lincecum the last couple of years, too.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Also keep an eye on this 13th inning as Viciedo will lead it off against Savory. Savory will bat ninth. First pitch is outside. It'll be Viciedo, Wells, and Gillespie.
Yeah, it looked like Beckham. Excuse me, Tom. It looked like Beckham was. They were helping him down the steps when he went in the dugout. I don't know whether they were in the clubhouse or not.
Low ball 2.
He was really hobbling when he was covering second base on that play.
Just off the outside. Down low, ball 4. And a leadoff walk. Wells is up. Wells lined to center his last time. Hitless in 5 at bats.
These guys have had at least one base runner on in every inning since the 9th inning.
Yeah, they've left 4 in extra innings, 2 in the last 2 innings. The double play erased any potential the inning before that. Wells and then Gillespie. Wells squares and he bunts it foul. Over to shortstop. That should be 2. Perfect double play ball.
Right. Couldn't hit any better. A bullet right at Jimmy Rollins. A no-brainer double play. Well, no-brainer.
Yeah, Wells is moving pretty good up the first base line.
Yeah. But he hits this thing. This is a screamer. Ooh, a little bobble. Still plenty of time.
And now Connor Gillespie, the third baseman, will bat. And 1 ball, no strikes. Two and 0. Joe trying to find that strike zone here. Starters have been going deeper into games. Charlie talked about that the other day. And because of that, Rich Doobie and Scott Sharon are coming out. Is Joe Savory okay?
Well, when the trainer comes out and they bring the umpire, there's a problem with the player, with the pitcher. Oh, no.
Kept on pulling on his shirt, the back of his shirt.
Just threw 2 balls in the dirt.
All right, I guess he's okay.
Of course, the home plate umpire, when he walks back as a formality, will look over the other dugout and wave off a trip to the mound.
It's 3 in a row in that spot.
Yeah.
All right, Joe.
The phone's ringing out in the bullpen.
And ball 4. So he's walked his second batter of the inning. But Tyler Flowers will be the batter. Stardo's going to start to warm up. Quintero's going to walk out. Rich Doobie has a concerned look on his face because I think he's obviously concerned about whether Savory's okay. The game is obviously part of his concern, but the health of his players, the primary thought. There's Flowers. He's 2 for 5 in the ball game. 12 hits combined, 4 errors, and 2 runs. And we're in the 13th. Throwing the ball in the same spot.
Yeah, so everything's down. And both fastball and breaking ball. That was a strike. It sure looked like it. Maybe there's so many of them are out of the zone. I guess that one was low too.
Come on, Joe.
I think that was combined for Joe, and I think it was for Fielding Colbert, the home plate umpire.
That was all inclusive. I almost got the wave started again.
2 balls and 1 strike with a runner at first. Now it's 2-2. Gillespie leads off first. 2-2 the count. And the pitch to Flowers. Inside. That's 3-2. That means the runner will be off. There goes the runner. And a called strike 3. He got him. Threw him a breaking pitch and lopped him. Well, whether Joe Savory's arm, back, or body was bothering him, he still gets through the 13th inning, and he's going to get a chance to bat. He's due up third in the bottom of the 13th with the ball game tied at 1. 3 errors for the Phillies, 1 run, 8 hits, 1 error for the White Sox. There's Joe Sabry. And there's Fegley, the guy who caught game 1. Josh Fegley is now playing second base for Gordon Beckham.
Well, he's the only player they had left, unless they put a pitcher out there at second. I tell you, this is definitely a war of attrition going on here right now.
A reminder, I don't know if he could have come out from behind home plate and played second base, but Ben Davis is waiting along with Marshall Harris for the Phillies post-game live. It's brought to you by Cure Auto Insurance.
Well, both lineup cards in the dugout show no extra men available for either team now. This is it.
Every catcher's dream, like every position player's dream in football, every catcher's dream is to play somewhere else in the field. Every position player's dream is to pitch. Every wide receiver wants to quarterback. Every quarterback wants to wide receiver. The grass is always greener.
The grass is always greener, and the manager's sitting in the dugout saying, don't hit it to him.
Well, here's Quintero. He's a prime candidate to hit it to Josh Fegley.
Right. Just saw that lineup card in their dugout, in the White Sox dugout. Of course, they have Revere not scratched, but obviously he cannot play.
It's a quad injury, a left quad contusion for Beckham.
That's a Charlie horse, probably. Like he got kneed in the knee.
Ball is off the glove of Flowers. They appeal the check by Quintero. 1 ball, no strikes. Does not look as if Fegley's played anywhere else as a position player in his professional career other than a DH and catcher. Well, whether he played the field at Indiana.
Yeah, they'll be moving him around out there. They're trying to help out a little bit and just hoping the ball doesn't find him at the wrong time.
Two and 0 the count. 3-0. Now you're taking it if you're Quintero, obviously. Rollins on deck.
And they can't run for him. So you're going to have a catcher out there trying to score your winning run. This is nuts tonight.
And ball 4. Walked him on 4 pitches. And Jimmy Rollins will walk to the plate.
And Jimmy Rollins has to hit here because the pitcher's due up next, Sabry. And even though he's a good hitting pitcher in college and all that, and was a position player at one time for a while, it's hard to bunt Quintero over, number 1, and you want Rollins to try and do something here positively, like hit a ball in the hole.
Just to give you the numbers for Joe Sabry as a position player, he transitioned from pitcher to position player back to pitcher. Anyway, in the minor leagues, 233 games, 290 career hitter with 4 home runs and 20 doubles. Rollins grounds it toward first, backhanded by Dunn. There's one, and the throw goes right on by the pitcher covering first. So they get the lead runner. 4-6 on the, or 3-6 on the putout.
Well, he tried to pull the ball in the hole.
And the play that Dunn did not make in game 1, he makes in game 2.
Right. Here it is. Tom talking about earlier yesterday in the first game. Dunn had one of those. He tried to backhand it, or he tried to get his feet set to throw to second. He missed it, and that was when the Phillies had a heck of a chance to win the game, and another time to win the game and couldn't get it done.
So now Sabry in 2011 transitioned back to being a position player, and for Clearwater hit .307 in 54 games with 2 home runs and had 25 RBIs. He's up there to try to bunt Rollins up to second, and he bunts at it and he misses. Well, not many power hitters are good bunters.
Well, they're thinking here that he's going to, if he's a double play, the inning's over. May turn him loose.
No balls and 1 strike. Lincecum's no-hitter is through 7. He's not going to be able to finish that, is he? 114 pitches.
Has he ever pitched one?
No. What did 1 to Savory?
They're just trying to find out if he's really bunting on each pitch, and that's why they're
squaring pretty early.
Have throw-overs there, yeah.
There goes Rollins. The pitch is bunted. That's a good bunt. Ball is dead in front of the plate. Sacrifice is successful, although Rollins may have had that bag stolen. Good job by Savory to get it down. And now Michael Young with the winning run at second base.
The last time the Phillies had a runner in scoring position was in the 2nd inning. Does that sound right?
Yeah, it does.
After Dominic Brown walked and got to second on a 2-out hit by Quintero.
Yeah, they're 0 for 2 with runners.
They have not had a runner to second base. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, they did. The
6th inning, yeah.
When Utley stole second.
And Ruff struck out.
With 2 outs. So the 3rd time tonight, in the 13th inning, they've had a runner to second. But not like they've been putting a lot of heat on them. So this would be perfect. Just get it over with right here.
Michael Young is 1 for 5 in this game. He singled his last time. Rollins leads off second. He'll get a good lead. They're not even bothering keeping him close. Outfield straight away. 1 ball, no strikes.
I wonder if Fegley's out there saying, don't hit it to me right now. Trying to get a good walking lead off second base.
One to Michael Young. He's played every inning of every game today. And he lines one to right field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Rollins is heading home. Here's the throw to the plate. It is not in time! The Phillies win it in 13. Michael Young, who played every inning of both ends of the doubleheader, shoots one to right field to score Jimmy Rollins and give the Phillies a 2-1 victory.
They're going to argue the play at the plate, but it looked like he beat it.
Did look like he beat it. The 36-year-old scores Jimmy Rollins from second. He is our Chevrolet player of the game, and they might want to let him light the fireworks too.
Well, he just lit them. That's some job by Michael Young. You said played every inning of both games of this doubleheader, and that was a bullet. Had a gamble on that. Ryan Sandberg had a gamble. We're just talking about Jimmy Rollins trying to get a good walking lead. He does. Now this is hit perfectly to Wells in right field. A little bit of a stutter step. 1, 2 bounces. He beat it. Let's take another look at it. But he couldn't ask for a bigger, better hop for the outfielder. Right at him, but it takes 2 bounces. 1, 2, safe.
Yeah, he definitely got his hand in ahead of the tag. Rollins busting it around the third base bag. He didn't even have to look at Ryan Sandberg. He got his hand in, and the Phillies take game 2 of this day-night doubleheader. And man, did they need to win this one. They do it in 13 after they lose in 11 in game 1. Michael Young is down on the field with Murph. Murph, take it away.
All right, thank you very much. Well, just 24 innings of baseball for this man today, but you finish it up in dramatic fashion. Take us through that final at bat. I mean, obviously, it's a big 2-out hit, and you guys needed it in the worst way.
Yeah, it was a long day. I mean, and when we're facing a team, for the most part, I had some at bats against these guys because I was in the American League for a while. But
you knew that was coming.
Yeah. But I had never seen the last guy. So, thanks, buddy. I'd never seen the last guy, but at that point, I'm just trying to make some kind of good contact and some kind of halfway decent contact, and Jimmy took care of the rest with a great slide at the plate.
You know what's going to get lost in this game is just how good the pitching staff did. I mean, John Lannon with a terrific start, and then the bullpen does a terrific job as well. Speak to that a little bit.
The bullpen did a great job. It was a pitching game. I mean, you kind of had the feeling it was going to be like that after the way the first game went, and knew it was going to be a late night tonight. But the pitching was a story tonight, and we'll take the wins any way we can get them. Fans are happy. They get fireworks now, so we'll take the W.
All right, Mike. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it. Guys, back upstairs. I got to get cleaned up.
All right, Murph, get the shaving cream off your face. Jimmy Rollins with a heck of a slide to the back of home plate. A face plant. But the Phillies take it. Fasten your seatbelts, everyone. It is about that time. Phillies win it 2-1 in 13.